Hola, 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 buen día. Muy buen...
Good morning. We are about to begin in a few minutes' time.
Hola, hola, ahora sí.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Regional Seminar Professional Teacher
Momento de
Development in
cambios.
Latin America Challenges for Scaling and Systemic Change. Thank you for joining us here today, and we also thank those of you who are joining us on streaming through SUMMA's YouTube channel. We are transmitting live both in Spanish and English. Let us remind you we also have simultaneous interpretation into Spanish and English, and that one of the presentations will be made in English on one of the panels. So if you prefer to listen to the Spanish interpretation, please find your receiver. We thank especially the authorities, teams from ministries, universities, think tanks, organizations from civil society, and international organizations which have joined us in person and on YouTube. This seminar is organized by SUMMA, the Laboratory for Research and Innovation in Education for Latin America and the Caribbean, together with the IDRC in the framework of the Empowering Teachers Initiative led by SUMMA and FIT-ED in the context of the coalition TPD at Scale for the Global South. We want to thank very especially our partners and co-organizers, the Organization for Ibero-American States, which has provided this space to hold the seminar, the International Institute for Educational Planning of UNESCO, IIPE UNESCO, with whom we formalized a strategic alliance in Santiago, Chile. We also thank SUMMA from Santiago, Chile. We have been working with Flaxo Argentina and are especially grateful to them. We've been working on this initiative for teachers' empowerment, and we are proud to say this is our first event in Buenos Aires, and we owe this in part to Flaxo. We have turned 10 years old at SUMMA, and this event in Buenos Aires is a milestone in our history. We hope it's only the first. To open this session, I invite to the stage Rafael Carrastro, who's an industrial engineer and holds a master's degree in economics from the University of Chile and a master's degree in international and comparative education, and also holds a PhD in education from Stanford University. Rafael has been deputy director of SUMMA since 2019. Rafael, you have the floor. Good morning, everyone. I would like to also thank you and welcome you to this seminar, as well as thanking our partners and cooperating organizations in this effort. With SUMMA, the Laboratory for Innovation and Research in Education in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are very happy to be holding this first regional seminar in Buenos Aires with the support of the OEI, IIPE UNESCO, IDRC, and Flaxo, because we are called upon by a core challenge for educational improvement and also core for the development of our societies. Teacher development, which is at the heart of the social construct. Professional development for teachers is not only an improvement factor or the means for learning. We also feel it is an end in itself, because the development of teacher well-being are the emergence of schools which are not only a space for learning, but also a space that show us a way of building our lives and developing. So it's difficult to speak about well-being and development in our students unless there is development and well-being among our faculty, teachers, and collaborators. Both things go hand in hand. As SUMMA, we participate in different initiatives aimed in this direction. We have partners with which we share teams, and I would like to highlight the IDRC present today, with whom we are working on several initiatives along these lines, including in the Caribbean. We are working on a very interesting project in reformulation of the initial teachers training curricula for all the states in the Caribbean, a deep reform that will have an impact on the teaching and therefore learning for girls and adolescents. And of course, the Empowering Teachers initiative. We are also working with the OECD to create and share keys for quality teaching. We are going to discuss this in our panels today, and also initiatives relative to direct work in teacher training, in located training, including in geological communities that we hold together with indigenous communities. So the invitation is to invite you to share in our thoughts in this space where we've been working for decades in some cases, and we will also have renowned professionals with a large track record with the purpose of provoking and raising a discussion where we can all have our voices heard. Without further ado, I hope it's a fruitful morning for all and that we take back different ideas to the ones we've held until now with some criticism and provocation, perhaps, and hopefully by taking back new knowledge. I wish you a very good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rafael. Let me now invite to the stage Florencio Ceballos, who's a senior program specialist at the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange KICS program. He's a sociologist and holds a diploma in advanced studies in education sciences from the University of Paris 8, as well as a PhD in sociology from the School of Advanced Studies in the Social Sciences School in Paris. Let me go around this. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the OEI for receiving us in this great space, SUMMA and Flaxo Argentina for organizing this event. The first thing I'd like to say from the perspective of the IDRC is that we feel, and I myself feel, I am sharing this space with partners. We don't see ourselves or understand ourselves as donors, but as partners in a collective effort and as part of an ecosystem. That is why when I saw you discussing amongst you in the morning and saw the bonds that have been there for years now, I realized this is part of this undertaking, which is one we've been working on for a long time already, not only through the ETI initiative, but with others as well, together with Flaxo, together with FIT-ED, with the Secretariat of Education of Honduras, together with CEBAL too. In short, and also the IIEP, we are all trying to contribute towards a new and necessary space of exchange. Secondly, I would also like to say that we feel that this space surrounding the ETI project and beyond it should have shared values too. Values in connection with how and why to have South-South cooperation. How and why to promote and strengthen exchange and learning amongst the countries in Latin America, understanding that we not only have expertise there, but also commitment that is persistent over time, which is not over after a project funding is over. And that is part of our bet. And I don't mean we should develop or capacity, which is pretentious, I think. Rather, we should try and strengthen whatever is there already. A principle of research that is applied and has a systemic perspective. We may discuss what systemic means in these conditions and context, and our opinions may vary, but I think we are all betting in that direction too. And another question which is more paramount than ever about sustainability and scaling. And I do speak on behalf of the financing organization for international development and cooperation, given that, as a colleague of mine told me the other day, we understand we are at an interesting time in terms of the definition of the Chinese proverb of what interesting means. It's rather a curse sometimes. This is the way we view it. This is not a shock. It's not a bump. It's a shift. It's a radical shift where there is no going back. Nobody knows yet which way we are headed, but we understand there is no going back from this. It's not that in a couple of years we'll be back to business as usual. So part of the collective effort lies in thinking what cooperation and development means in a context which is absolutely new and different, with much more limited resources, of course, but also with the need to stand by given values as to what not scientific knowledge means, what intellectual work means, and what evidence-based decisions mean at a time when that's not easy to defend. And in that context of doing, to have focused, targeted research, applied research that bets on effectiveness, not only in terms of costs, but also effectiveness in terms of its impacts. That is of the essence. And as we implement that shift, betting on teachers is particularly important. I think there is a replicability effect in it. I'm not saying that other aspects of educational policy or research aren't important. Of course, the syllabuses are important, but this is possibly the space where we can do more with less, so to speak. And we feel at this historic juncture it is of the essence, and that is why it has particular significance. And that's why this meeting is so important. I wish you the best of discussions today. I hope you all enjoy it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Florencio. Let me invite Alejandra Cardini to the stage. She holds a PhD in education from the University of San Andres and has a master's degree in education policy from the University of London. She's currently acting head of office at the UNESCO International Institute for Educational Planning in Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning and welcome. It is a pleasure for me to represent the regional office for Latin America and the Caribbean of IIEP. And I also have the feeling that I am meeting you again, and I wish some Chilean friends of ours who live in Canada could be present too, so we can all discuss regional topics. It's a huge joy for this to be the first event SUMMA is holding in Buenos Aires. I hope it's not the last one, because it makes me very happy to, I feel very happy to be sharing this as a region. From UNESCO, teachers' policies are very important. UNESCO sees teacher development as strategic for social development and social cohesion, and for sustainable development. Specifically, this year's most important event from UNESCO took place in Santiago de Chile, and it was a teacher summit. And it gathered in ECLAC many governments and international leaders. Over 50 unions were present too at the teacher summit, in addition to teachers, to begin discussing these issues. Now, on the regional topics at the summit, we presented the regional teacher strategy, which is a sort of roadmap showing the way to advancing in policies in the implementation of teacher policies with overall guidelines, but also more specific actions and precise indicators on how to move forward. That strategy, which is readily available on any browser, is a result of collective work by more than 20 governments and over 120 educational organizations who worked to design that roadmap, the path ahead for the region to achieve teacher transformation, targeting inclusive, quality, equitable education for all. That strategy has three dimensions to it. The first one has to do with teacher and directors trainings, the second one with teacher professional development, and third with work conditions and well-being for teachers. From the IIEP, which is a standalone institute from UNESCO with a specific mission of developing government capacities to implement and develop policies. And from the IIEP, there are two key words in this seminar we are very glad to join, namely scaling and systemic reform. These two issues, as Raúl and Florencio just said, are key to the sustainability of policies. And I believe in the region we have a unique possibility of sharing our learning. It's a diverse region. However, it has many commonalities as well, and we can all learn what things have worked elsewhere and how they could be adjusted or contextualized for other places to continue moving ahead. Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm looking forward to the discussion, and I think the rest continue this afternoon and tomorrow too. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much, Rafael, Florencio, and Alejandra, for your opening remarks. I was thinking how difficult it would be to work towards quality, inclusive education, unless we had a collective effort and we promoted dialogue at these difficult times around the world. So thank you very much for being here. Now, to introduce the broadest context of this seminar, we invite Castillo Canales, Director of SUMMA and Coordinator for Teachers Empowerment, ETI.
Thank you very much. Alejandra, Florencio, Rafael, thank you for your welcome remarks. First of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here today in this seminar. Thank you for your interest in this seminar. Thank you for agreeing to join this conversation. When we began to design this seminar in the framework of this initiative called ETI, Empowering Teachers Initiative, we have been working together with Flaxo, supporting research here in Argentina. We were looking to call on EIP, the OEI, Flaxo, the IDRC to have this joint conversation and to reflect collectively on some of the major challenges we face in education, and that is teachers' professional development. So I'm only going to take up 20 minutes of your time just to give you a broad framework of the questions we are trying to answer and the context for our conversation this morning. We're going to have two panels after my presentation with academics, researchers from all across the world. And we would like to focus on a conversation around systems, around scaling things up, around systemic change, and concrete actions, tangible actions at the level of literacy. I don't think this is working properly, though. Should I point it that way? Yes, good. And let me point to the crossroads that teachers face and teacher professional development systems face. This is a crossroads defined by 3 dimensions. Number 1, the first element has to do with scarcity. This is something that UNESCO has already pointed to. Many countries are facing a challenge when it comes to attracting candidates to become teachers. There's also very high dropout rates among teachers. Many teachers that drop out of the profession, and it's very difficult to bring them back into the profession after that. This is particularly challenging when we think that there's a 1:15 ratio between teachers and students in high-income countries and a 1:50 ratio in low-income countries, perhaps 1:30 in middle-income countries. So that is the first dimension. The second dimension has to do with quality teacher training or professionalization. Since the 1960s, UNESCO and the ILO have been addressing the problems around professionalization, people with multiple jobs, limited opportunities for continuing education, quality continuing education. UNESCO has said that in Latin America, fewer than 50% of students have teachers with initial training spanning over 4 years. So that bespeaks the challenge of continuing professional development for teachers. And there's something which Rafael has already pointed out, and that has to do with the demands on teachers by society. Schools are changing. Classrooms are becoming more diverse as a result of population changes and the impact that has on schools. Migration flows as well. There are many countries, many schools, which are having to adjust their teaching practices as a result of more diverse languages, of students from different backgrounds, so classrooms are becoming more diverse. Technology is being incorporated into the classroom as well, and that's having an impact. AI itself is having an impact on schools, and this is happening in a context of restricted financing for schools. Teaching as a profession is not a highly valued profession in our society. And so we can ask ourselves how to find a way out of this situation. How can we address the different components of this ecosystem? Part of this is what Alejandra has been doing as part of our new teacher strategy, which is a joint effort by many countries in the region that have developed a guiding framework. And here there are 3 key elements. The fact that the teaching profession is not highly valued by society, Number two, the lack of initial training and the mismatch between initial training and continuing professional education, and also, as UNESCO has said, the lack of autonomy and engagement of teachers in decision-making processes. UNESCO has said something which is very important, which is that there is a need to move toward quality teachers development and effective teacher development programs. So we can say that professionalization and the promotion of good working conditions for teachers are key in Latin America. Against this backdrop and these challenges, we have been working since 2023 on this initiative, the Empowering Teachers Initiative, or ETI, which again is an initiative aimed at empowering teachers. You can see in that map that there are some countries that have sadly been left out, but we have researchers, civil society organizations, academics who have been brought together to think about how to create an appropriate teacher development system. We have been working with Flaxo in Argentina and with IPA in Mexico and with the Ibero-American University as well. So ETI has been developed by this coalition, as Soledad has already said, together with SUMMA and FIT-ED. FIT-ED is the Foundation for Information Technology, Education and Development in the Philippines. ETI brings together different research projects from low-income countries, and the idea is to share lessons learned and collectively reflect on what is needed in order to ensure quality professional development for teachers at scale. That is why the concept of scaling is so critical to this framework. This initiative has three elements. It's a multi-component initiative. We do research, number one. Frida Wolfenden will share a presentation with us. She is responsible for generating knowledge across 10 countries of the Global South. We will hear from her. Number two, we build capacities of stakeholders in education in order to have an impact in the way that training programs are developed and making sure that these are scalable programs. That is a critical component, and we need to make sure that these programs are inclusive as well. And we contribute to policies and practices. Part of what we have been discussing at ETI and part of the research questions that we have been addressing has to do with a context that we live in. There are many teachers facing marginalization when it comes to opportunities for professional development. Many women teachers working, for example, in remote areas, teachers who teach their classes in different languages, teachers without formal education, teachers working with indigenous populations. When you look at the diversity of working opportunities for teachers, you can see that not all of them have access to continuing education opportunities on an equal footing. So when we talk about scaling, what we're talking about is how to reach these groups as well. And so that is the challenge that we have embarked upon over the last 4 years, and we will continue to work until 2026 to create theoretical knowledge and also hands-on activities to design and implement teacher training programs at scale. And we've had many experiences in several countries, including in Latin America. The idea is to make sure that these programs are implemented at scale. So the idea is not just to work with a small group of teachers in a very small town. We want to make sure that we learn from all of these experiences in order to scale them up. So these are context-based, situated learning opportunities for professional development or learning. Our guiding question is how and in which context can different adaptations and innovations of the teacher training systems in the global south empower all teachers as professionals to enhance their teaching practice. So there's a question around innovation, around adaptation, and around scaling. All of that is essential to our project. What we have begun to see as outcomes from our research across countries is the following 5 ideas. Number one, there's experiences and programs for teacher training, recognizing teachers as agents with a capacity for autonomy and decision making. So it's very important to have teachers become decision makers. It's important to help them become decision makers by creating the conditions enabling them to make those decisions. And so it's important to be able to work with them in their local context. The second element, which we have been seeing, is the ability to introduce adaptations which do not have to do with the design of the programs, but which have to do with the processes, the languages that are used, the format, the type of communication, whether there's spaces for giving care for women's children, for example, whether indigenous populations are included, whether teachers with disabilities are included. The idea is to enable these groups of teachers to become included. The third element has to do with adaptation. When we talk about adaptation, many of the programs that are defined or implemented at the national or regional level have a cascading structure. They're very rigid and there's no room for adaptation. And there's very little opportunity for feedback. So now we are beginning to see more effective types of design which are bottom up types of design. And that helps us shift away from very rigid program designs. Another interesting point is that these adaptations, which are typically oriented toward greater equality, sometimes find pushback because they deviate away from traditional training models. And so there are many elements to do with adaptation, and in the implementation or contextualization process, we need to make sure that we are actually favoring inclusiveness and equality. This might be an introduction to Freda's presentation and the other panels, but what we're seeing is that there is a very complex interaction of different factors. There are political factors, social and cultural factors, organizational, educational factors at play, which must be addressed and which are which need to be addressed if we are to create truly equitable training opportunities for teachers. We will have a first panel with Freda's presentation around teacher professional development at scale from a systems-based perspective, and the second panel, which will be moderated by Verona, will focus on literacy training and effective teacher practices. I hope that you will enjoy this conversation and the two panels we have this morning. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Dante.
Thank you very much, Dante, for making this introduction and sharing your thoughts about the ETI research that we will hear about in greater detail starting next year. We'll be communicating this. In the pages you received, there's a form of ETI with links to the website so that you can familiarize yourself with all the projects we are working on. Let me now introduce the panel. Challenges, possibilities, and conditions in the Latin American scenario for effective practices and professional teacher development. We are going to look into quality, equitable education. So now I will turn the floor to Daniel Pincas, who will be the moderator. He holds a degree in education from the University of Buenos Aires and a master's degree in social sciences from Flaxo. He's a researcher and lecturer at Flaxo, Argentina, and National University of General Sarmiento. In Flaxo Education, he's part of the research team of Education, Knowledge, and Society program and directs the seminar on governance and planning of education. He's currently a researcher in the ETI project promoted by SUMMA and the IDRC. Daniel, you have the floor. Thank you very much for this introduction. I will stay here. It is a pleasure for me as a representative of the team at Flaxo, which partakes in the research of the Empowering Teachers Initiative, ETI, and the Professional Teacher Development at Scale project, to moderate this panel today and to share with you a number of elements we're in the process of producing, or we have produced already, and by us I mean all of the persons working in this initiative. I fully agree with the initial remarks made by the previous speakers this morning. It is a pleasure to be part of a collective initiative, one that builds networks and has shared values, including, at its core, the production of collective knowledge in pursuit of solutions to the issues inherent to TPD. Without further ado, I will now invite our presenter and the panelists. Let me invite to the stage Frida Wolfenden, and also Leah Vesu. Is she here? Welcome, Leah. Vanina Trentin. Thank you, Freda. Vanina and Cora Steinberg, whom I will be introducing immediately. As mentioned a moment ago, professional teacher development at scale, challenges, possibilities, and conditions in Latin America will be revolving around one core question: which are the structural and institutional changes that should be promoted to move toward professional development that is equitable and of quality in Latin America? Our main presenter will be taking the floor for 20 or 25 minutes. Frida Wolfenden will be presenting in English, and there is simultaneous interpretation into Spanish available. As I said, this presentation will last approximately 25 minutes, and it will be followed by 2 rounds of comments. I hope I am a good moderator of the time. In principle, in our first round, we will attempt at discussing the notions and approaches Frida will be presenting surrounding the ETI project, considering the situation in Latin America from the various perspectives that will be given by the other 3 panelists. Secondly, we will try to discuss whatever arises from the discussion given the national reality of Argentina. Let's hope there is enough time to discuss this at length. I will now introduce Frida and the 3 panelists, and next I will turn the floor to our keynote speaker. Frida Wolfenden is Professor of Education and International Development at the Open University in the United Kingdom. She has led programs such as TESA and TES India, and also the Girls' Education Challenge. She's served as Director of the Masters in Education at the Open University and is responsible for education in countries in the ETI initiative. The panelists, to the left of Freda, is Leah Vezub, who holds a PhD in education from the University of Buenos Aires and a bachelor's degree in education sciences and is a primary education teacher. She is a researcher at the Institute for Research in Education Sciences at the University of Buenos Aires and also a researching teacher at the University of Moreno, focusing on teacher professional development policies. She is an advisor, an expert in teacher professional development in Latin America, as well as in educational teaching research methodology. To the left of Leah, we have Vanina Trentin, who holds a degree in education sciences for secondary and higher education and has a specialization in educational technology from the University of Buenos Aires. And she is currently a deputy coordinator professor of the training area in the philosophy school of the University of Buenos Aires and deputy coordinator for the training area at IIPE UNESCO for Latin America and the Caribbean. And finally, Cora Steinberg is a sociologist from the University of Buenos Aires and holds a master's degree in social policy and planning from the London School of Economics, and she's currently Fellow of the Education and Technologies Program at HP and Cambridge University for Latin America. Since 2016, she specializes in education at UNICEF Argentina. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Let me now turn the floor to Freda. If you want to stand, you can speak from. You may remain seated if you like.
Yes. Freda dice que tiene slide.
Freda has a PowerPoint presentation. Can we project it?
Necesitamos reordenar un poquito las presentaciones.
We are arranging the PowerPoint presentation. It's the second PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to everyone involved in this event today for inviting me here to join you and to share some thoughts. I'll be sharing some thoughts on how I suggest we can move towards quality and equity in TPD systems, drawing on a body of work concerned with large-scale teacher education across countries, low-income countries, middle-income countries, and the UK, where I'm from. And most recently, as Dante has said, from the ETI project. So I will be giving the presentation in English, but the slides are in Spanish, so I hope that's helpful. And also, a wonderful colleague has created a little summary of what I'm going to say under the QR code. So if that's helpful, please do have a look at that, or there is simultaneous interpretation for you. Okay, so I'm going to start by sharing a key principle from our work in the TPD Scale Coalition, and then offer a model for analysis of TPD, drawing on sociocultural approaches. And through this, I'm going to suggest three aspects of TPD, which I think need to be foregrounded in our strivings towards improving the quality of classroom practice. I really want to emphasize that the aim of TPD for me, or the primary aim, is improvement of classroom practice, not forgetting some of the other things that have been mentioned by earlier speakers today. So, my starting point is that teachers' professional development is a situated social practice. It's intended to improve teachers' capabilities to exercise agency to innovate in their classrooms. And for me, these words like agency and innovate are really important when thinking about TPD. It's not just learning to do something as a technician better, but it's learning to exercise professional wisdom in your classroom. So TPD, as we've heard from Dante, should be sufficiently flexible to support teachers at varying stages of development across multiple contexts and with different learning needs, whilst also attending to their well-being. For me, that's also critical. Quality in TPD is understood as an embedded concept, which is dependent on the local conditions in which the TPD takes shape. In our TPD at Scale approach, we also pay attention to two further interrelated concepts, equity and efficiency. So by equity, we mean TPD opportunities are available to and inclusive of all teachers, but also support movement towards equity in learning in the classroom. So there's two levels to our conceptualization of equity. Efficiency is understood as the optimization of inputs to achieve the desired outputs, the impact we aspire to. So in TPD, in TPD at scale, our core principle from which other principles flow is, as you can see here, design at scale, localize for inclusion. And we've talked a lot this morning already about scale, but what actually do we mean by scale? So for me, scale has two aspects to it. It's about ensuring coverage reaches everyone, part of the equity dimension, but simultaneously ensuring that the TPD brings about the depth of change in teachers' practice necessary to support sustainable improvements in classroom teaching and learning. So not just reaching everyone, but reaching everyone in ways that are meaningful for those teachers so that they're able to move deeper into their practice. We identify 4 ways of thinking about scale, drawing on the work of Morel and others. Adoption, where something just spreads, like the use of mobile phones, which spread very rapidly, people using them in very different ways. Replication, which we see a lot of projects aspiring to replication in education, scaling in which something is implemented with fidelity to produce the expected outcomes. We in our work in TPD at scale and ETI, we challenge that as being useful for most education contexts. Instead, we like to draw on ideas of scaling as about reinvention, innovation. The innovation serves as a catalyst for further innovation, probably in the teacher's classroom. So it's a catalyst for something new, and also adaptation. The innovation can be modified according to needs, right? Which comes back to the equity point, and that's been the focus of much of our work in ETI, as Dante has explained. So what are the implications of this principle, design at scale, localized for inclusion? So I would suggest that when thinking about improving TPD programs or initiating new programs, our starting point is the TPD system. I suggest that in every country, the public education system includes a subsystem, which we can refer to as the TPD system. But by this, I don't necessarily mean there's an organizational structure concerned with TPD, but more that this is a way of thinking about TPD for all educators within a national or a subnational space. The system lens involves conscious attention to the political, the economic, and the relational characteristics of the context in which the TPD is being enacted. The goals, histories, norms, social representations of teachers, and so on. Importantly, the system lens considers the interlinking of individual cognitive activity, local group practices and concerns, and the larger community societal conventions and expectations. We see them all 3 as being interlinked, as you can see in this diagram. So, taking such a holistic lens to TPD as a social practice enables us to investigate or explore the TPD in 3 distinct analytical planes. So in this, I'm drawing very much on the work of Jean Lave and work that I did with my colleague Patricia Murphy at the Open University. So at the social order level, educational practices are deeply connected to symbolic resources shaped by society's broader political and economic systems. Education policy documents, we know, they verify views of what it means to become literate, to become a teacher, to learn science. Analysis at the level of the experienced world foregrounds interrelationships such as those between teachers as practitioners and the institutional context, their school, their university, within which the teacher's professional learning takes place. And the final analytical plane turns our attention to the interactions between teachers, learners, and their colleagues in the school, the site of their practice. So really just to emphasize, I don't see these as discrete levels or layers in a system, but analytical planes which can be foregrounded in turn to examine behaviour in the setting. So sort of drawing on the work of Barbara Rogoff, we can talk about the individual and the context being conceptualized as interlocking aspects of a single phenomenon. Right? It's not possible to completely separate out the learning of an individual teacher from the context in which they are working and the context in which their site of practice is situated. So individual change is inseparable from social change. So we would suggest that manifestations of cognitive development are often dependent on the cultural context. What's important in one culture may not be important in another culture. Thus, and this has implications for thinking about kind of frameworks for teacher competencies, inferences based on a teacher's performance in a task without examining the cultural context in which they're undertaking that task can be misleading. May not be, but could be, unless you take account of the context. So I suggest this analytical conceptualization helps us to link policy and activities in school. I'm sure we're all familiar with the phrase in English is the policy practice gap. That's something that's talked about a lot. So in the time available here, I just want to draw attention to 3 features which I suggest this way of analysing TPD has highlighted in my work across multiple contexts, and which I suggest are critical to ensuring quality and equity in the TPD system. And I'm going to suggest these are kind of aspects which leaders Dante's talked about to tangible actions that we can take. They're not just policy iterations, they are tangible actions. So, first of all, kind of focusing in on the classroom level. And really kind of in this, we're very informed by Elmore's work about the backward mapping, the urge to really start at the site of the problem. So the problem for me is the classroom. What's happening in those interactions between the teacher and the learners, between different learners, between different teachers. So there's much talk about TPD needing to be school-based, to be situated, and to be authentic for practitioners. And we're seeing multiple initiatives to respond to this. So that's very exciting. We're seeing peer learning communities, we're seeing in various forms, e-learning, which teachers can access through their own mobile phone, classroom coaching, and so on. Great, but I want to suggest that really critical to all these TPD episodes is the provision of materials or resources, or it could be expert guidance. But if we're talking about a scaling, then you're not going to have that expert lecturer being able to visit every school. So I think you need to kind of capture that experience in the form of materials or resources. So I suggest that we need materials or resources which guide teachers to try out new ways of working with their learners in their classroom. They really have to be related to the activities that teachers are undergoing anyway with their learners. They're just new ways of doing them. Then they encourage teachers to reflect on and evaluate the outcome of these activities, their impact on their learners. Activities need to inform teachers to think about their practices. This really relates to the first finding that Dante was talking about, the need to have materials in the classroom which enable teachers to be agentive. So materials can be in multiple formats, paper, online, offline, etc. But they are preferably open resources. For me, that's really important so that they can be localized, adapted to the context of the teacher. Her characteristics, perhaps this is a teacher with a disability, as Dante referred to, the resources that are available to the teacher in their classroom, not just material resources, but the resources of their other teachers and other forms of expertise from the community, and the learner curriculum. So this localization might be undertaken by artificial intelligence, we are seeing kind of a number of emerging models doing this with outputs which I suggest are good enough. Maybe not perfect, but better than many of the materials that we already have. And just to pick up on Florencio's point about constrained resources, these materials do not need to be new. There are large numbers of materials out there in the world which could be drawn on, but just need to be localized and contextualized at different levels, maybe for country level, then for province, then for school and individual teacher's classroom. But this is a really important point. The materials shouldn't be didactic. They're not instructions or recipes. They need to be suggestive. They recognize teacher agency. So I'm not talking here about a structured lesson plan, but something which is much looser than that, which gives an idea that the teacher can take up in ways that are appropriate to her context. And furthermore, such resources need to explain to teachers why the approaches, strategies, activities suggested in them support learning, how they relate to theories of learning. Too often we see materials that do not acknowledge teachers' either wisdom of practice or their kind of pedagogical content and knowledge. So quality materials, I would also suggest, help to equip teachers with a shared repertoire of community tools. They're offering mediating objects for discussion in teacher groups, all these professional learning communities that we're seeing sprouting up everywhere, coaching conversations, and exchanges on social media platforms. The second point that I want to draw attention to, which I think is important in moving towards equity and quality in large-scale TPD, is to focus on teacher educators through analysis of interactions between teachers and the institutional arena. So, too often teacher educators and their professional learning needs are omitted from TPD plans, yet these actors are essential to forward movement of the whole system. So, teacher educators, I know, interpreted in many different ways in different contexts, so they may be university academics, college lecturers, district supervisors, or even the school leader themselves. So by teacher educators, I'm kind of using a term to encompass all those different groups. But what I'm suggesting is that we need to think about their learning as a kind of a part of a dynamic mutual modification of practice between them and the teachers, and that this is really critical to support sustainable teacher change. We see multiple examples of programs where teacher educators are sidelined. Instead, external actors work directly with teachers. But once the program ends, usually when the funding finishes, those actors withdraw, and over time we often see classrooms just return to their prior state. Right? Teacher educators who are working with the teachers, their own practice has not changed, and in their regular work, they don't endorse or support the new classroom practices. So perhaps we could see that as being the inherent equilibrium of the system was only temporarily disturbed by the TPD program. There wasn't sufficient activity across the whole system to enable it to move forward. So, but these interactions between professional communities, teachers, teacher educators, need to be understood in terms of their nested national and local policy contexts. We also need to consider mediation or potential of existing structures, needs, opportunities, and constraints. So this links to my third point, which is about coherence, and we've had some mention of that already this morning. Here I'm thinking about both internal coherence between elements of the TPD program and external coherence. So internal coherence, as the previous point illustrated, needs to be paying attention to professional learning needs of those who support teachers, district officials and so on, needs to ensure that the materials that are in the classroom align with the learner curriculum and so on. All the aspects of the TPD programme, all the components need to be pulling in the same direction. External coherence, I think, is probably much more problematic and refers to ways in which policies, activities, resources at multiple levels need to work together coherently to optimize cost effectiveness and sustainability. So this could be about coherence between different policies that relate to school education. For example, in some countries, surprising as it may seem, there's very limited alignment between the curriculum for the pupils and the teacher education curriculum. For example, few teacher education programs pay attention to the skills needed to teach in multi-grade settings. Even though we know that a large number of countries in the world have multi-grade settings, in fact, there's evidence that children in multi-grade settings often do better than children in single-grade settings, because teachers are forced to move away from being didactic at the board in terms of differentiating for different groups of pupils. But those skills and strategies are very rarely included in pre-service teacher education. Exactly the same multilingual classrooms. Dante mentioned that. Huge explosion in classrooms which are multilingual. I think it's becoming increasingly rare to find classrooms which are monolingual across the world. But teachers really lack the skills to deal with that, not just when they're dealing with children who are bilingual, but, for example, in the UK context, classes where teachers may have 10, 12, 15 different languages being spoken, and children at varying degrees are fluency with those languages and with English. So, but there's also a disconnect perhaps between broader policies around disability, which advocate for social inclusion, and teacher education programs which do not equip teachers to make adaptations for classes which include children with disabilities. Again, something that we're seeing increasingly happening. And it's not just coherence between education policies, but perhaps with broader, more social conditions and social conditions of teachers. For example, when, as in many countries, maternity leave for teachers is very short or virtually non-existent, and yet TPD is compulsory for those teachers to retain their license or to be, move up the pay scale that year. It's absolutely critical that TPD learning sessions include facilities for nursing mothers. Although, personally, I think that's only a real kind of step forward. Real transformation will be about improving the conditions for maternity leave, so that teachers are not forced to be trying to do both things at once, attend to their newborn babies and their own professional learning. So I suggest that TPD policies are often agreed and attempts made to implement them without sufficient consideration of the wider context, how they might interact with education system conditions and the realistic conditions needed for implementation. So policies often prescribe ideal behaviours or practices without sufficiently accounting for embedded ways of being in real-world education settings. Thus, policies or policy initiatives can be disconnected from teachers' everyday realities, and meaningful system change is constrained. Policies and their implementation through programs need to be grounded in the lived experience of practitioners, recognise the need to negotiate for evolving conditions at local level, as Dante discussed earlier, and this is the focus of much of our work in ETI. And perhaps pertinent to end with a key caveat. Changes in education systems are highly complex, involving multiple stakeholders, histories of participation of learners, of what it means to be a teacher, and so on, and embedded structures which are very resistant to change, to reform. Classroom practice change through TPD is complex and slow. We should be patient. So on that note, I will end. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to the comments from my colleagues on the panel. Thank you.
Hola.
Thank you, Freda. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. And you have finished right on time. Congratulations. I would like to underscore very briefly 3 or 4 aspects in Freda's presentation that, of course, will leave out many others because it has been such a wealth of knowledge. But just to draw on a few of the aspects you mentioned. The goal of professional development is to improve classroom practice. So the focus is the classroom. Out of the principles Freda mentioned, let me mention 3. A focus on agency, that is, teachers' capacity. I liked the expression to exercise freedom, wisdom. That is, there is a knowledge produced by teachers throughout or as they practice. And that knowledge contains or has embedded in it the peculiarities or features of the context. So the notion of agency, which embeds that presence of action over the context, is very important, I think, especially when thinking about initiatives of professional development that are located, which is the main focus of the initiatives we are studying. Let me go faster now. The notion of equity in connection with efficiency, or the notion of efficiency, rather, in connection with equity. Equity as the enhancement of inputs for the pursuit of the desired goals. Another project or notion we've used in Flaxo projects, the notion of scale as an extension to reach more, but also as a deeper approach, the deepening understood as the meaning of the proposal for teachers themselves and their practice. Let me skip a number of notes I had made to refer to the strategies for scaling. Indeed, located teacher training faces huge challenges in scaling. And so a focus on materials, the features of materials, their openness, capability to adapt, the traits of the materials that will enable the ownership by teachers of a consolidated experience over time, consolidated by other colleagues, which somehow materialize there in those materials and are activated when the teacher uses them to serve their own needs. Another strategy in connection with scaling is the extended notion of teachers. Who are the teachers? Not only those who are in charge of a classroom or course or training proposition, but also the leaders or supervisors who are part of the professional working space of the teachers. And finally, perhaps the most complicated thing, at least for some Latin American countries, is the notion of coherence, which includes both internal and external coherence, coherence between early training and professional development, coherence in terms of the social inclusion and what happens in practice. These are a few elements that are, of course, very insufficient by way of a summary of your bright presentation, but I had to select a few. And now, and as promised, we will move on to the commentators in our panel. So I will now turn the floor to Leah, of whom we've asked to please refer from a regional perspective, since Leah has large experience in national and regional studies on PD, FIT-ED, on the findings of the various TPD systems. The notion of system that Freda contributed in her presentation has also been very interesting, I thought. The ways they are organized, and especially the features and systems for professional development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Leah. Thank you, Danielle and Freda, for your presentation. And I would also like to thank the organizers of this panel, SUMMA, and the hosts, the OIS, the Organization of Ibero-American States, for receiving us here today. There's plenty to think about and discuss. Danielle summarized some of the main points in Freda's presentation. Many things from the global south and from Latin America need to be readjusted so we can tune in to hearing about an extended notion of teachers. Sometimes we are too deep-rooted in certain meanings and ways, and it is very good to discuss it and to step aside from ourselves to do it. Firstly, the key notion of coherence, which is core, I think, and from Latin America, relative to the question I was asked, perhaps you'd like to show the very brief slide I put together relative to the question, and this notion Freda brings to us for discussion. Can we discuss systems and what a system means? Freda suggests we think about the system from the perspective of a systemic lens, and I wondered if we can say there are professional development systems in Latin America, or TPD, or sometimes I feel more comfortable when I think about policies, because actually what we see is a conglomerate where thinking about a system, at least in the way we traditionally think about systems, in that they should have or not be a scattered archipelago, but have some type of coherence with some objective, at least to aim at that objective of improving practice and thinking about teacher practice, how to create innovation, and a few items in common, some common conversation in institutions, improvement and equity of the ultimate teacher learning and improving those professional teacher skills. So for now, at least, I feel more comfortable thinking about how the continuous education systems and teacher development are still undergoing the process I call or conceptualize more in terms of the institutionalization at a more fledgling stage of the ongoing training policy, where in some cases we see, and we studied it in the framework of a document we put together for IIPE Latin America, in some cases we see some countries are more consolidated, including setbacks. There is forward and backward motion too, because depending on the administration's full laws or systems or services that were created, and at other times there were periods like in Mexico, for example, where they will take a step backwards altogether, including entire institutions that were created, including the human resources and trained professionals on skills, and Vanina will be discussing that later, in terms of government skills and resources for the management and planning of those policies. So perhaps what I see is the issue of types of offerings and programs that are mobilized in Latin America, and it's not even that one country has a single organization, but rather there is a coexistence in the various countries of all these forms of policy planning or for ongoing training and learning. So we have offerings and policies organized mainly in a centralized fashion, offerings that are given in a centralized fashion like in Uruguay or Mexico. And then there are policy planning offerings that are agreed upon between the national, subnational, and municipal governments. And then there are decentralized offerings, where the planning takes place in the jurisdictional states, such as in Colombia, these certified territorial entities, while there are national programs at the same time. And then there are cases where we have this autonomy or empowerment on institutions and networks, such as in the Chilean case, the call upon or the network of teacher trainers or teachers, where each teacher can propose their own project and receive grants, or schools can receive grants, etc. So what effects would it trigger in terms of the TPD? What boundaries and possibilities? We could discuss that and research that and to produce knowledge in each one of the models. I don't want to take any more time, but that could be the beginning of a discussion for us. Yeah, let's give her a round. I was about to say thank you, Leah, for breaking the ice, kickstarting this discussion on a complex issue. If I understood correctly, you wonder if we are speaking about systems when we speak about policies. You speak about fledgling institutionalization and discontinuities in the creation of systems and their interruption, and then a complexity and multiplicity of offerings based on the national context and uniqueness. I think it's a good contextualization of the Latin American reality, of the approaches Freda has suggested. Now it's Vanina's turn, and we've challenged Vanina to refer to the government capabilities available, the challenges that remain, and institutional conditions to scale and strengthen TPD policies. Thank you. It's a pleasure. I feel honored to share my thoughts. I will focus precisely in the level of policies that should design systems and may enable permanence, continuity, rather than an interruption or disruption of educational objectives, in as much as we should all work from our own space towards equity. And that requires aspects that our political systems are in the process of strengthening or amending. So the contribution I'd like to make is also related to our experience having joined the various administrations in the Education Planning Institute and how we have learned to view the development of these policies, the strengths and weaknesses in achieving the goals. So the notion of government capabilities is one we've been discussing at length and with great care, and we could provide a first generic definition in that it has to do with the ability of governments, including knowledge, but also knowledge about the practice and about the territories, so that their policies are actually implemented and achieve their goals. We discussed efficiency and or effectiveness, and I think it's a notion we need to embrace because it has to do with doing things that will reach their goals. When we speak about abilities, we speak about resources and attributes of the political systems and governments, administrations, and their teams. So it's the capabilities of the organizations, but also of the individuals in an interlocking fashion, which is inescapable. And in this case, this is not a static notion. It is a notion that, as it searches efficiency, it should be articulated with the needs of society and be in a dialogue with it. And Frida mentioned the schism between policies and specific needs of the individuals, because policy decisions affect the general well-being of the population. In this particular case, in connection with TPD, there is a key aspect that needs strengthening, targeting improved conditions. It might sound obvious, but it is ultimately the responsibility of educational policy to guarantee these conditions so that this is possible. Timing, financing, space, which are ultimately money. And the other issue, the second point I would like to raise today on government abilities, has to do with what our vision is for implementing and planning policies. At the IIEP, for several decades now, we've sustained the vision of the situational strategic planning that is disruptive of the normative, classic, technocratic planning, where the planning or design of policies is separated from the implementation or execution time. It seems old-fashioned to go back to that difference, but it's necessary to stress it once again, because although when we discuss in this room, I think we'll agree these two processes should be intermingled or linked, we recognize also that implementation practices still create fragmented, siloed processes where some think and others implement. In this regard, teaching policies should reach or should fulfill the goal where teachers are part of an active part of the decision-making process in designing policies have to do with that separation, using our greatest efforts so that the implementation or execution and the formulation are part of the same process. Which are the current frameworks we have from the research perspective of planning and improvement at IIEP? We are finding mechanisms in a conceptual framework called the Science of Improvement, developed by Fool, Andrew Graves, Elmore, and Frida quoted, which have to do with finding design and implementation mechanisms from the short improvement cycles. I think one proposal to improve planning processes would be identifying the needs on which policy should take action, find issues that are urgent for all. This is one of the features, that there is consensus as to the urgency of addressing those issues that can be influenced upon. That is to say, the individuals involved in those processes have the possibility of intervening or taking action and making a change or an improvement. And this has to do with the agency notion, because when it comes to diagnosing, we soon find issues or like we have no time, the structures are not prone to that, we are overburdened with admin work. Those are issues we cannot do anything about at the level of the classroom oftentimes. So detecting those issues, which are areas for improvement, is another important point. And let me just mention and leave this open for the subsequent round or discussion. There is a key role to be played by the intermediate levels of management. If we think about the structure of programs or systems to join schools, the strengthening of that role, because those are the ones who interpret and translate the policies and adjust them in the territory. So to strengthen this from middle management, from the perspective of short-term improvement cycles or iterations, is something we could leverage to think about scaling, which are the features, the traits that we can take to other contexts with different players to make available for students' learning.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you, Vanina. I'm not going to summarize her remarks because we have limited time, so we'll now turn it over to Cora Steinberg. We have asked Cora to address the challenges facing DPD from the point of view of cooperation and support of public policies for teacher development. Cora has great expertise in this area. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. And I would like to commend SUMMA and all the participating teams, because this is a very relevant and timely issue. Hopefully this will be the first of many events in Buenos Aires, and why not across Argentina as well. We have a very large and diverse country. Thank you for the question. I have focused on this from a systemic point of view, from a global point of view. There are many similarities between what's happening in the world and what's happening in our country, which is a very heterogeneous country and a very unequal country as well. That happens across Latin America as well. The question about challenges is challenging itself because there are many different challenges that we face. I'm going to talk on behalf of UNICEF. Even though there are several organizations working in the region, we work on policy design, implementation, and innovations to speed up the necessary results which our government leaders have committed to in order to ensure education for children and teenagers. In Argentina, there are over 400,000 children who are not schooled. So there's a great challenge to include those children in isolated contexts. And there's also a big challenge when it comes to education. Over 5 million kids do not acquire core skills and do not acquire the necessary competencies for the very complex world that we're living in, a world with multiple simultaneous crises. So, the educational system in Argentina has existed for many years. Argentina scaled access to education at a very early stage, and today we have 96% of kids in schools, which is a great thing. However, TPD continues to be a pending challenge. It continues to be on our to-do list. So it's important to think or to come up with localized strategies to help teachers at the schools they work in. And lately, based on the work we have been doing in the provinces in the interior of Argentina, and there are many teachers here with whom we have worked together, and we know that the challenges also have to do with the conditions of the schools and the leaders of these projects. It's very difficult to think about teacher development and the development of the educational system without addressing these specific issues. There's high inequality in Argentina. 1 out of 2 children live in poverty. That is the situation of our educational system and where our teachers are working. In some provinces, it's 9 out of 10 children living in poverty, and it's also a very unequal system when it comes to working conditions. We have talked about salaries, we have talked about access to technology and to educational resources, and also management models and support from middle management, as our colleague just mentioned. Teachers are not alone, and the schools where they work are also supported by policies. However, in highly vulnerable contexts, those policies are scarce. So we are living in a context of huge inequalities. At UNICEF, we've been working on innovative programs. It is innovative to think of a systemic approach, a localized approach that will focus not just on the outcome, but also on the process leading up to that outcome, how we implement those programs in order to ensure from a systems change perspective that we will achieve that goal, and also with an assessment and monitoring component that plays a key role. These challenges are many, the situations are diverse, and we cannot just think of an individual teacher. We need to understand the complexities of the interactions between policies, values, the values of the different stakeholders, and how to support those stakeholders to make sure that the results we achieve will truly change the situation at schools and create more opportunities for learning. I'm going to just mention a few critical challenges. My colleagues have already come up with a few, and based on the programs that we do across Argentina, one of the challenges has to do with institutional management capacities to implement policies that will improve education. And this also ties back to planning. Sometimes planning is not timely, or it's not updated, or it's not based on robust information. We've had experiences when we've brought programs to indigenous communities when we thought that children did not speak Spanish, so we brought resources to teach them Spanish as a second language, and we found out that these kids actually spoke Spanish. The second point is the mismatch between initial training and continuing training, which is actually discontinuous. It's a discontinuous kind of continuing learning. And finally, the lack of incentives and the lack of a systemic view of education. These are emerging issues. Sometimes there are collective agreements made, but then these are cast aside and society focuses on other things. With that situation at play, it's very difficult to have true systemic change. And finally, the lack of sustained funding, which is very important when it comes to addressing the gaps in our educational systems. There's a lack of studies of the costs of education and the cost of teacher education programs. And when we talk about costs, we need to think about per diem, we need to think about whether we're going to have online or in-person training opportunities, educational materials as well. So I think it's very important to be laser focused on that as well. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Cora? Freda?
Say something, react.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you very much for really, really interesting comments, and I just haven't had time to assimilate all of them to respond. Maybe just to pick up a few points that really resonate with my thinking. I think, as you just raised, importance of data. We really know that that's critical, and in many countries it's very difficult to get robust data about maybe even just the number of teachers working in particular areas, but let alone what kind of languages those teachers might speak. Or very interestingly, we've recently been doing some work around teachers with disabilities. Very, very few countries hold that information. Tanzania, maybe slightly surprisingly to some of us, is one of the few countries that does hold that in its EMIS system. So I think there's a need, I agree, to be focusing on data so that we can use that to be informing our policy, but also our programs and how we implement those. Just also really interesting about your point about incentives. I think I always want to, though, not disregard kind of teachers' intrinsic motivation to become better at what they're doing, and not always just to be focusing on extrinsic motivation. I do have seen around the globe so many teachers who, when their children are more engaged in the lessons because they're more active, they're more meaningful for them, the teachers get so much more enjoyment and satisfaction, and are kind of encouraged to continue to engage in innovation in their classroom. So I think we shouldn't. The key point for me there is that we need to allow space for that to be happening and not to be stopping teachers from experimenting. We all experiment. They don't always work. That's how we learn. And I think there's sometimes too much emphasis on teachers being, will always do the right thing, rather than actually sometimes things will work and sometimes it might not work, but we need to be there to provide that teacher with encouragement to keep going on it, which I think is back to another point, which I appreciate all the points about policy and so on, but I think it is so important not to forget that teacher working in that classroom and how can we support them to move forward. And that TPD happens to me all the time. Right? It's not just through kind of formal activities, it's through those conversations that the teacher might have with somebody else in the schoolyard, under the tree in African schools, actually with someone they share a house with. All sorts of things contribute to teachers' professional learning, something they see on television and so on. And actually, I think for us then, kind of involved in designing programs and thinking about policies, what is really critical is how do we recognize that? How do we recognize the teacher who is moving forward? So we don't ask them to do TPD, which repeats something they did last year or the year before, which that's really not very motivating for them. So thinking about how we recognize TPD progress, teachers' development in our policies, I think is really critical. Thanks.
Thank you, Frida, for your effort of listening to very complex remarks and react to those comments. We have 6 minutes left based on our schedule. If our panelists have anything left to say, or if they'd like to add a point about their experience based on the Argentine reality or any other issues, please take 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, let's say, just so that you'll have that opportunity. Let me give you some information about Argentina and the challenges that Cora just mentioned, but specifically as it relates to the challenges which again Cora and Frida have mentioned around continuing education policies for teachers from the work that I do. Let me give you one piece of information from the research I've conducted and which has to do with the challenges facing our policies and TPD systems. We launched a survey about the need for TPD in Argentina with a response rate of 167 cases where we had 7 provinces participating, that is 7 different jurisdictions with a national representation. I'm going to take just one question out of that survey. And the question was, in the subject areas where you would like to continue having professional development activities, do you find offerings, courses, seminars which are of interest to you? And 48% of respondents said they didn't find offerings that were of their interest. So, I believe the first challenge is to come up with a proposal for more diverse TPD offerings. Naturally, I agree with what Christopher Day once said about, TPD happening in many different formats, not just through formal education, but it's important to diversify our offerings and to focus on relevance, quality, to what extent this content can trigger the necessary degree of TPD. But in order to do that, we need to make sure that there are enough offerings, and that requires investment, that requires awareness of resources. That is, of course, something we can only do in the long term. We need to invest in human resources to create train-the-trainer programs, mentoring programs. That is not just, something volatile in education systems, because one of the problems that we usually see is that these are, hired resources which are available today but will not be available tomorrow. And that is something we need to certainly continue to work on in our region. Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Vanina. Thank you. I'm going to be very brief, just touch on two issues. Number one, based on this approach where planning and implementation are part of the same process and the short improvement cycles which I mentioned before, we have been trying to come up with a system that learns, a system that learns about itself. And it's interesting to see the sheer amount of accumulated knowledge, and in spite of that, we continue to make the same mistakes over and over. We know that isolated courses make no sense. We know that theory as something separate from practice makes no sense. We know that we should focus on collaborative learning opportunities. But in spite of that, we have not been able to make the political decision to not make the same mistakes over and over, and instead do what we know works. That is very surprising. And my second point has to do with the need to improve information systems in order to help inform our decisions based on very concrete data from the diagnosis made by the global teacher strategy. We have seen that there is a crisis in the teaching profession because people do not teach teaching as a profession any longer, or because they drop out of the profession. But that also ties back to a global trend, which is declining birth rates. I wonder when we will begin to think about these two problems together. And in this sense, even though we are trying to make sure that teaching practices are increasingly better in classrooms, we must also focus on teachers as a collective group of professionals. And there are many other roles that teachers can play in educational institutions. For example, roles of support to make sure that students will have better outcomes. When we see classrooms as isolated from society, we are not thinking of teachers as a collective, and that is not helping our efforts. Cora, would you like to add anything? Yes. I wanted to share some concrete cases and tools that we have implemented in the framework of the programs we have created to make sure that all kids are in school and can have access to core learning opportunities. First of all, I'd like to focus on design. There has to be a design supported by planning where all these assumptions come to light. So, We believe that changes must be system-based and context-based, but that requires information. We need to find that information, collect that information, and process that information so that we will not only be focusing on the program itself, but also on the conditions, working conditions for teachers, the resources that they have, the resources that they lack. Secondly, the assumption that knowledge is shared from the top down, but also from the bottom up. This has to do with what Freda mentioned about agency. We need to create spaces where teachers' knowledge is socialized, as it were, with their specific communities. And lastly, the importance of scale. We can start small, but all of these challenges necessitate scaling. The numbers I mentioned before clearly show the need for scaling, and so we need to ensure that we do that. And assessment and monitoring are key components of any public policy, enabling us to collect information on what strategies work and which do not work, and what adjustments need to be made. So we have focused on projects that have focused on educating, but also supporting, not just providing knowledge, but also supporting teachers' roles. And this has to be sustained over time so that teachers can access continuing development opportunities, then go back to the classroom, and then discuss what happened in the classroom in those continuing development opportunities. Secondly, there's a need for effective teaching resources. Sometimes teachers do not have access to the pedagogical materials that they need, for example, in context of indigenous populations or in context where teaching practices need to be transformed. So having the necessary material, and I really liked the characterization that Freda gave us about those materials. And when we think about scaling up, we need to focus on technology, not because everything needs to be digital or everything needs to be online. We need to focus on incorporating technology so that teachers can profit from the advantages of technology, but at the same time understand the risks of technology in education. 95% of kids in Argentina have a smartphone. On average, they access a mobile phone at age 9.6 years of age. And we know that only 69% of kids have a computer. Among vulnerable children, only 3 out of 10 have a computer, and 6 out of 10, 60% of kids in Argentina are already using AI. So TPD needs to ensure that teachers know how to use these tools to make sure that they are able to resolve problems at the school, educational problems. So these are some key points. And finally, there's a strategy we have used which has great impact, and that is the creation of networks for impact. It's important to build communities of practice and also networks of networks. That is something we have done in the framework of the Forum of Ministers, bringing together technical teams to transform secondary education. We have been doing that at the national level with Uruguay and our colleagues of UNESCO in the Argentine and Uruguayan offices. We have been focusing on how to create better opportunities for reading and writing in the first cycle of secondary education or middle school. And so these challenges require that we learn faster in order to be able to create opportunities of education with inclusion. Thank you.
We are running a little late, but I didn't want to interrupt before we turn the floor to the audience to entertain 2 questions. You can direct your questions at the panel by way of feedback from the audience. Does anybody have a question? Please introduce yourself with your name, institution you work in, and make a specific question that can be answered by one of the panel members.
La palabra ahí, las compañeras de la organización.
I think, yes, there is a microphone available. Yes, I'm Fernanda Flores. I worked for many years in the National Ministry of Education. I'm currently an independent consultant. I coordinated, as part of my last role, National Program of Education and Migration. Everything you said has been extremely valuable, and let me focus on the emphasis Cora made of assessment as an inescapable part of any public policy or program. I don't know if it's a question or a joint thought, which has to do with the fact that when you look at budgets at a time of budgetary restrictions, as is the case in all the region, in some cases decisions are based on improving evaluation policies. The problem is when you implement those policies, what do you do about the results? Because if the results, which are essential to create improvement processes, will only stay at the headlines and only reinforce stigmatization of teacher training, we have a serious problem that reinforces the decision of many students to choose or prevent them from choosing teaching as a profession. Reading the latest global report on teacher policies, if there is a doubling of the dropout rate of teachers from their profession, but if in addition governments fail to create attractive policies and assessments or evaluations are only used to stress how badly we are doing in certain areas, so we are always stressing the negative rather than the positive. I am sure that very good things happen at schools too, which are not visible or highlighted as other things are. So the question is, how could we progress in this, given that evaluations are only assessing the hard data or the result or outcome and are not necessarily used in improving educational or teaching policies? Thank you. We are going to listen to a second question, and then we will ask the panel to answer them before we come to a close of the panel. Thank you. I'm Alfredo Arot. I'm a software developer. There are 2 notions in terms of contextualization and monitoring. One has to do with the school's indoor mapping, and another notion is school digital twin. These are 2 development instances that imply the digitization of schools as a virtual model and the interaction of everyone inside schools. And that includes the monitoring of everything that happens, and the resources are digitalized and available. It is as if you had a visible stock at all time, in real time. These resources have been available for decades. What I'm struck by is that speaking about contextualization and finding out what's happening in the school and inside the classroom, we always discuss things from the macro down to the micro level. And this would allow you to have a data flow that I am surprised nobody is mentioning as a possibility for purposes of inclusion. The digitalization with a first stage of indoor mapping and a second stage in digital twins, which are the digital twins of everything, all of this, to know what things we have here and arrange them to make them available for everyone in here. It's essential to make progress in this so that that data flow and that two-way backup is feasible. Otherwise, it will always remain an outstanding issue and it will not be solved. This has been available for several decades now. I just bring it to your attention. Thank you very much for your comment. Would you like to reply? You have the floor. Regarding the results or the outcome from the evaluations and the effects it triggers relative to the stigmatization or blaming of the profession or teachers' quality, that's a discussion that has been ongoing for several decades in our countries. I think it has much to do with, on the one hand, with the use, and on the other hand, with the policies. And it depends largely on who are implementing the policies. And so that kind of diagnosis that we want to build and the kind or type of teaching policies we wish to implement. And that will determine where we stress the results and how we interpret them. As we know, the results are always a matter for interpretation, and that opens up a full discussion. In addition, I think in the case of teaching or teachers, we often neglect the complexity of every factor, and although there are other studies or many studies that show the importance of the teaching factor, between quotes, we know there are other factors and elements that have an influence. Cora just mentioned the striking poverty percentage in Argentina. You said 1 of every 2 children in Argentina is poor. Evidently, those indicators have a bearing on learning and teaching processes. I think, therefore, interpretations are multiple and complex, and they call for a complex understanding, and they would warrant another seminar to continue discussing how to interpret them, how to own the data without ending the evaluations, which are absolutely necessary. Very briefly, no doubt, the issue of communicating results is extremely important. In line with Leah's comment just now, there is a public discourse that ties or directly correlates the quality of teaching with the results in evaluations, which includes another mistake we have had for decades, which is the causal relationship we still have with learning. While we know that learning is a phenomenon that happens or fails to happen depending on many other conditions. So when we speak about TPD, we also speak about creating the conditions in an institution, not only for teachers to be able to teach, but also for students to be able to learn. And that has to do with other issues that have to do with very basic needs being unmet. And finally, and here I urge you to be creative in designing policies, what can be the other indicators we could discuss or debate publicly to exercise governance in making government actions public and reporting on a series of actions that take place which are rendered invisible in many cases, so that we can assess or look at the quality of teachers' work more comprehensively, because there is quality and it is scattered. So improving information systems implies gathering those experiences, making them available and communicating them to society so that we can view them or discuss them from another perspective. Two reactions very briefly. I thank you for your comments. They're very good because they allow us to double click on certain issues. I think that discussion is out there, the linear reading between or correlation between the results of evaluations and teachers as a profession. In the framework of the challenges we face, it's also very important to bear in mind the communicational aspect at the core of governance and the system. How do we speak about education? How do we work so that indeed the various education professionals have agency and we can make all the achievements visible? I think what is missing in the discussion is the assessment of policies, programs, and their effectiveness. That's the one that's always very narrow. Very little is done from the cooperation perspective, cooperation and banks. It's been part of the strategies to have a dimension of evaluation, but it is not used. It is very rarely used. So that's how we double click on what do we do about the many strategies that were implemented, which are evaluated. Are they complete? Are they multidimensional? That's the type of question I think we should move on to analyze for our next event. And finally, in terms of technologies, there are many. There are schools a few blocks away that use all those strategies you mentioned. There are others, both public and privately managed, but how do we scale that? How do we ensure that the resources available in the educational system, which would reduce administrative work for teachers, to become public policy? What resources need to be assured so that we can meet these public policies, and how to meet the professional development to use that kind of tool? It's very valid. It's not that we don't know about them. It's part of what's available, but the challenge lies in how to fund it and upfront it in early teaching and also in continuing teaching. Thank you. Very well. After this intervention, we bring the panel to a close. Thank you for the questions. Thank you, Freda, and thank you, panelists.
Hola, hola. Okay. Ahora
we now invite you. Thank you, Daniel, Freda, and the panel. It's been extremely interesting. We invite you to a 15-minute coffee break downstairs in the hall. Except for the panelists and the second panel, can I ask you to remain?
Education and Schools from the Office of Education and Skills at the OECD.
It's my honor to join remotely this important event on teacher professional development in Latin America. Teachers in this region are playing a critical role for educational transformation. Yet, the professional development of teachers in Latin America faces significant challenges. Educational systems are under pressure to raise students' outcomes, reduce inequalities, and prepare students for a rapidly changing world. For that to happen, teachers require ongoing support, growth opportunities, and the enabling conditions to translate what they learn into classroom practice. The latest global evidence from the Teaching and Learning International Survey, TALIS 2024, shows that on average across participating systems, around 55% of teachers indicated that the professional learning activities had a positive impact on their teaching. While at first glance this may seem encouraging, it also signals that nearly half of teachers do not perceive clear benefit from their professional development. That gap is concerning, and it may be even more acute in Latin America. Furthermore, the report highlights that roughly 34% of teachers reported unmet demand for training, meaning they wanted to engage in professional learning but were unable to. To strengthen support for teacher professional development, following challenges should be addressed. First, quality and relevance of professional development. The fact that only about half of teachers feel professional learning has positive impact suggests that content and design of training may be weak or not aligned with teachers' view classroom challenges. Second, barriers to access and participation. Obstacles such as cost, time, scheduling conflicts, lack of employer support, and other prerequisites impede teachers' participation in professional development. TALIS shows that in some Latin American countries, novice teachers who have the greatest development needs report lower exposure to mentoring programs than average. For example, in Chile, Colombia, and Costa Rica, the rate of novice teachers working in schools with the possibility of mentoring was below 50%. Third, scaling and systemic embedding of professional development activities. Professional development often remains an isolated activity rather than being part of a systemic cycle of teacher growth embedded in school structures and peer networks, leadership support, and linked to career pathways. Finally, we must keep equity in our sights. Scaling professional development must mean reaching teachers in rural, remote, indigenous, and low-resourced schools, not just urban, well-connected ones. For true systemic change, we must ensure no teacher is left behind. As you proceed today, I encourage you to think hard how to scale quality professional development for teachers, embed it into systems, and ensure that every teacher in Latin America has access to high quality, relevant, sustained professional learning. If we succeed, we will not only change individual classrooms, but change the trajectory of our education systems and ultimately the future of our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yuri Bafali, Chief of the Division of Early Education and Schools at the OECD. Another partner at SUMMA, Rafael, will give us more details. We will now introduce the panel titled TPD and Effective Practices for Improving Literacy. We will connect the systemic conditions of TPD to the specific challenge of literacy and the adoption of pedagogical practices at scale. We will have Verona Batuk, who holds a degree in education from the University of Buenos Aires, a master's degree in education with a focus on educational management from the University of San Andres, and a diploma in advanced studies towards a doctoral degree from the University of Salamanca. She's a specialist in early childhood education at the Organization of Ibero-American States in Buenos Aires. Verona, over to you. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me properly? So, we will kickstart this second panel. In this panel, we will have the same dynamic as we just did in the previous panel. We will have one keynote speaker and 3 panelists who will make specific remarks around 2 questions to further discuss this problem. And the idea behind this second panel is to zoom in on specific challenges for TPD as they relate to the improvement of literacy processes. Literacy is a huge challenge in the region. There are problems with literacy all across Argentina. In our country, we have found a sobering reality. Last year, Argentina implemented a national evaluation. The Department of Education led this evaluation in 3rd grade, which is the first cycle of primary education, and the result of this evaluation shows that only 45% of children achieve adequate levels of reading and writing by the end of 3rd grade, while 25% achieve lower than adequate levels of reading and writing, and sadly 30% are considerably lagging behind. That is the worrying picture in our country, and this is what we will reflect on here in this panel. And we will also address the challenges posed by different contexts in Argentina. In our country, Spanish is the official language, but there is also significant diversity, linguistic diversity, because the different indigenous populations speak their own languages. And so we will address the challenges of literacy in contexts where different dialects of Spanish are spoken and other languages as well in early childhood education. First, I will introduce Rafael Carrasco. He will be our keynote speaker. Rafael is an industrial civil engineer and holds a master's degree in economics from the University of Chile. He has a master's degree in international and comparative education and a PhD in education from Stanford University. Since 2019, Rafael has been deputy director of SUMMA. Rafael, over to you. The guiding question is, what changes and components should TPD systems incorporate to ensure that teachers will implement effective literacy strategies in diverse contexts? the members of the panel asked me to sit at the in the first row to be able to see the PowerPoint presentation, and then after the presentation they will join us up here. So, I'll speak from the podium. Okay then. So, good afternoon to all of you. I'm going to share a presentation about TPD focusing on educational practices for higher impact teaching with a broader view, of course, focusing on literacy, but not just on literacy. We just saw a video from Yuri. She led, together with the OECD and one of our teams, she led an initiative to create a guiding framework on effective practices to improve teaching and ensure that we will have increasingly higher impact teaching. We invited her to join us. She was not able to make it, but at least she was able to reflect on the challenges of teaching in her pre-recorded message. So I'll take that as a starting point. By way of introduction, I'm going to focus on 6 issues: the situation in Latin America when it comes to educational indicators, a consideration of the structural context, as Vanina has already mentioned, the expectation of pedagogy as an opportunity for improvement, the need for a framework incorporating experience and learning outcomes over the last few decades, the situation and challenges of the region, and some proposed lines of action. So, very briefly, I'm going to touch upon the situation in Latin America, which you all know about. If you look at reading skills in Latin America, not just in first and second grade, but in 10th grade, the challenge in Latin America is that half our students in 10th grade do not have adequate reading skills, compared to 26% in OECD countries. So, we all have a challenge. No country is at 0%. But our challenge in the region is twice as big. In some cases, in some countries in the region, the challenge is 3 times as large. It's 75%. This is something that I find very helpful. If you take OECD as a benchmark, there are countries where students are officially in 10th grade, for example, Singapore, but children in Singapore are at a level similar to that of 12th grade in the UK. And in Latin America, we're lagging 1 to 4 years behind. That means that children in our region in 10th grade have a similar level of reading comprehension as kids do in 7th, 8th, or 9th grade in OECD countries. So the challenge is huge. There's also a challenge relating to inequality. Here you have results from 3rd and 6th grade students when it comes to skills in reading and math. The bigger differences have to do with unequal economic situations or status. For example, the 20% of poorest people are 40% below the average. There's also differences by indigenous populations, for example. Vanina explained that this does not relate to the quality of education, but the magnitude of the challenge. There are problems to do with resources. Here you see the resources that are invested in Latin America on education. 2,528 in Latin America, 11,000 in OECD countries. So a quarter the amount of resources that are invested in OECD countries. We also know how challenging some economic contexts can be. While the OECD has 13% of young parents who have not completed secondary education, in Latin America the challenge is 2 to 3 times as large. In Mexico, for example, almost half of parents have not completed secondary education. So we have twice the challenge, a quarter of the resources, and 3 times the structural disadvantage of the OECD countries. So there is a structural challenge, but there are also emerging opportunities in education which we can profit from. It's also important to stress educational indicators. If you look at learning outcomes, the picture is bleak, or at least very challenging. But when you zoom in on the indicators and you look, for example, at psychological well-being, resilience, social relations, balance between school and free time, Singapore is the leading country when it comes to the development of reading skills. They are at the scale 10, but when it comes to social relations, balance between school and free time, they're doing much more poorly than OECD countries. Compare that to Peru, for example. Of course, they have a poorer academic performance, but other indicators, social relations, balance between school and free time, are indicators in which they're doing better. So there is a foundation that we can build on when it comes to addressing this huge challenge. This is something that was developed by Yuri's team. Now, as for the importance of teaching, learning, and pedagogy have evolved over time since the 1900s up to our days. And I'm going to go back to the history of it. In the 1950s, 1960s, there was a focus on the social and cultural and economic context, which accounted for differences in education. It was a very pessimistic view. There wasn't much we could do about it. Schools made a difference, but resources made a bigger difference. In the 1970s, there was another research finding, which was that teachers made a substantive difference. There were teachers that were able to speed up learning outcomes in just a few months or just a few years. And it was important to retain effective teachers and cast out ineffective teachers, because we didn't know exactly what these effective teachers were doing. In 2012, we found that a teacher that has just graduated has much less effectiveness than a teacher that has been working for a long time. But we didn't really fully understand the full picture. And that's where our hope and the importance of pedagogical practices comes in. There have been many studies conducted in the last few years to figure out how learning outcomes can be improved. And it would be very important to point out the toolbox for learning and knowledge, the effective practices, what works, Clearinghouse, United States, Visible Learning by John Hattie in Australia and New Zealand. And the question is, what have we learned from these experiences? Let me share with you something which you might already be familiar with, but it's actually the effort made by IIEF. They reviewed thousands of studies, they classified the different initiatives. They identified between 30 and 40. They also identified the impact of these initiatives on learning, and the lesson learned is that almost all educational programs or initiatives have a positive impact, but there's a clear difference, a radical difference between some and others. We're talking about, for example, a difference in months in what students learn, which would actually take them years to learn outside of school. Oftentimes we're not so clear about what things work and what things do not work. If I had conducted this survey 10 years ago, people wouldn't have known exactly what was effective and what was not effective. But now if we zoom in on the top few strategies, we have a strategy to reduce the size of the class, which is a very useful strategy, but the most effective thing is to focus on the relationship between students and teachers, metacognition, that is how to empower students in their learning process, how we can help them move forward in their learning pathway, how we can help them develop their reading comprehension strategies, the importance of collaboration, the importance of dialogue in the classroom, which is a big challenge, not just in Latin America, but across the world. How we can have students engage in reflection in the classroom in order to empower their learning process, peer learning and collaborative learning. Reducing the burden of schoolwork, that is also something which is important. So there's great hope around this, but there's also a very big challenge at play, because none of us were exposed to classrooms where we engaged in dialogue, for example, back when we were in school. So it's very difficult to create initiatives around this. There's also evidence pointing to the importance of not just educational practices, but teachers' concerns. When students perceive that teachers feel concerned or give them more support, they are more prone to learning. They devote more attention, more effort, they ask questions, they engage. So it's very important to launch these efforts. There are practices that teachers engage in which impact the conditions for learning and learning outcomes themselves, but there is a lack of a conceptual framework to be able to work on this from a continuing education standpoint. Together with Yuri, we have developed a framework that can be used in schools in order to improve learning outcomes. This, again, was developed by the OECD over a course of 3 or 4 years. And the idea is to be able to implement this evidence in the classroom. This comes from over 150 schools, over 1,000 teachers, more than 50 participating institutions. And to sum up the findings, there are 5 key points. We're going to share this document with you. Number 1, we need to ensure cognitive commitment. Number 2, develop quality educational content. 3, provide social and emotional support, which is particularly relevant after the pandemic. Number 4, to promote interaction and engagement in the classroom. And number 5, to use formative assessment and feedback as a key element. So we are going to focus briefly on each of these elements. Let me tell you that there's great opportunity, but there's also a huge challenge in the region. These are practices that were not present in initial or continuing education in the past, and it will have to be emphasized over the next few years so we can address these challenges in the classroom.
So the commitment has to do with keeping our effort day in, day out, and it's tied to practices like understanding the demand level approximately to connect the contents with the real world, to facilitate experiences and use diverse visual and auditive experiences to use various approaches. And in the region, when you look at what happens by observing a classroom or conducting studies, participating countries, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico, the percentage of classrooms with low cognitive demands, where the thinking was based on memory rather than analyzing, questioning, or reasoning, in the region it was higher than in other countries. So practical uses are lesser, and the use of metacognition, understanding what alternatives I have of approaching the same issue, how do I regulate and find out if I need to change strategies, etc. That is still absent in the classrooms in the region. The second component is making quality disciplinary content. And this doesn't mean knowing the subject matter, but understanding what's at the heart of what I'm learning, what the depth is rather than the quantity. And it has to do with developing good supplementary explanations, emphasizing clarity and coherence. All of the lesson is at the service of establishing that depth and connection, and establishing connections among various courses and finding the main gist. If you notice the percentage of classrooms with deeper explanations and more analysis, the region again lags behind OECD countries. So we have a huge challenge in this, and this implies that there are also spaces where we can work. The idea of the depth of explanations and positive relationships, high quality or quality teaching has to do with providing social and emotional support. This is a huge burden for all teachers. We need to be experts on everything. How do we go about it? What this is telling us is that this is important and should be reckoned with, and we need to support our students, and also as faculty we should provide for more secure spaces emotionally. It has to do with creating atmospheres that are more respectful, where we tolerate mistakes. The countries in the region are doing somewhat better in this dimension. In Latin America, affectionate learning and emotional aspects are better cared for. The fourth is classroom interaction, and this is where the region at large has a prevalence of the front spaces. The spaces for dialogue, discussion are scarcer. Wasting time in conversation creates more learning than having more subjects. It's a paradox. And how is this enhanced? With good questions. The isocratic idea of asking, having less answers than questions. And hopefully the entire classroom will participate, and that's more difficult. We need to create one-on-one interaction. It's impossible to interact amongst the 40, but there can be one-on-one interactions. How's the region faring in terms of participation? There is a variety of cases between Chile, Mexico, and Venezuela. But this is interesting to note. The questions that are deeper. Remember what we studied before? Was this in the year 1920? What year was it? So there's huge work in asking deep questions, the why, the what fors. Why do we view things differently? So the thinking is somewhat scarcer. And the last component has to do with the feedback or formative evaluation. And this is a huge challenge because evaluation tends to be punitive, so to speak. What teachers are telling us is a space to improve what I've done already, to understand my potential, and not only everything I did badly. This has to do with having good diagnostics of our children, supporting, giving a path of improvement. It doesn't matter where they are standing along the path. So the situation in the region is that when you look at whether the dynamics in the classroom allow us to take children on an adaptive path, there's still work to be done. How classrooms are spaces for us to understand. According to my timer, I have 5 minutes left, but I'll speed up. How to move to a pedagogy that includes some of these elements to a better extent. The teacher's regional strategy for Latin America and the Caribbean stresses several things: the importance of working in early education and continuing education. At 5 years old, it's impossible to cover it all. It's absolutely necessary to have continuing education, to improve social and emotional skills, the idea of professionalization of teacher training careers. Not all countries have them, and they should be used to enable a formative process, and the same thing applies to our students. They should be trainers as well, helping teachers know how to improve, and plans that are associated to those conditions, promoting working conditions. The wages in Latin America are very low. The out-of-school hours are very few. Work for teachers, care, and physical education. And this is tied to working conditions. Teachers are not the means but the end of a teaching process for the country. So this has to be mirrored in care for our professionals. Governance and institutional articulation between the government, universities, schools, and networks. And in this initiative, I think we should also add the knowledge of practices that should be included, because it's not the same to focus on one thing or another. We need to leverage the experience to achieve the greatest impact. And training per se, I don't remember if it was Freda who said the importance of how to train. We are learning based on evidence what kind of training is better, shorter cycles, peer-to-peer work, more seminars, which are interesting to take an idea, but then I need observation to take it to the classroom. And we have the difference between courses, online seminars, lectures, and there is less participation among peers or by coaching. To conclude, the importance of having an articulated and coherent system. The idea is to have teachers' training path that starts when they join the school and then it continues, but it's not an isolated exercise by each teacher. That may happen, but it's not necessarily what we strive for as a system unless this is supported by the principals in the school with a vision of a system. I could tell you a story here, but I have no time. And the same thing happens with middle management in schools, and very importantly, systems for tertiary education, accreditation agencies. This is enough material for another seminar, but if you analyze a region relative to the arrows that tell you either they are non-existent or they are aimed in different directions. If, as a system, we could achieve an alignment of the different elements to at least consistently support teachers, I think we would be at a higher level. All of these things are worth discussing, but I will now turn the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Rafael.
Thank you very much, Rafael. I will make a very brief comment here of some of the topics you mentioned. Firstly, I would like to thank you because the presentation is linked to the core of the teaching. I am a pedagogical expert, and we find that according to your words, we find that many of the keys, master keys, are linked to teachers and pedagogy. And another important issue to stress is what you said about the way we appear before our students in terms of cognitive challenges that can be traversed by them, that are in that space where they can progress in a gradual fashion. Another important issue in connection with some of the things we heard in the previous panel is that the greatest incentive for teachers is to see their students thrive. You spoke about conditions in the previous panel, but considering the relationship between the availability of resources to teachers and the level of challenges, we have a regional projection going forward whereby this will not change from the structural perspective. It is not it's not the case that we'll have a structural change for financing, so we should revisit these intangibles linked to the mission, the vision, and the pedagogy. I think that's one way we can take. And thinking about the structural issues of policy and financing, sometimes we neglect this aspect. For instance, the aspects in connection with dialogue, and we will now go to the more core topics of literacy, but literacy is not possible unless there are initial interactions, early interactions, and they're generally absent both in the early levels classrooms and in the primary classrooms. It's impossible to think about developing adequate, rich language if there's no possibility to interact. And in this regard, I would like to say something about new technologies or AI. It is in the interaction with others where we have the most significant learning and where we can take a cognitive leap. It is not only on screen. So I am an extreme protector of early teaching, or I advocate for leaving screens aside, outside of the very rich space of early or elementary teaching, so that we can interact with others and with adults that guide us. It's very promising to see that the emotional, affectionate climate in our region is a strength. That is a strength we should build upon. In the case of childhood educational centers, there was an IDP study from 2017 where there was an evaluation made of the quality of processes and the structural quality in a representative sample of early childhood centers in the conurban of the city of Buenos Aires. And it was also found that there is a strength in the affectionate atmosphere. However, we need to think about where we are headed. That is our platform, our foundation, but we also need to tackle the cognitive challenges as well. And you pointed out something that came up earlier too. To have information is essential, but we lose perspective and the definition of certain goals we want to achieve. There is a more sporadic or spasmodic activity in producing information, which generally results in a snapshot that is not satisfactory for all of us, and is telltale of significant shortfalls in the way our children learn, while we fail to articulate those results with a feasible program, with feasible targets that can be achieved. I will stop here because I have a few more things, but we'll see if we can discuss them later. I would now like to ask the colleagues to join us on stage. So Beatriz Duke, who has a bachelor's degree in education from the University of Buenos Aires and a PhD degree in psychology from the University of La Plata. She's an independent researcher at CONICET and the creator and director of the DALE literacy program. Virginia Unamuno holds a PhD in philology from the University of Barcelona. She's a social linguist specializing in multilingualism. She is a principal researcher at CONICET and full professor at the National University of San Martin. She also heads the Center for Language in Society Studies at the same university. And Andrea Brito is a researcher, teacher, and academic head of the Superior Diploma course and specialization in reading, writing, and education in the area of education from Flaxo, Argentina. She holds a PhD in social sciences and a master's degree in social sciences with a focus on education from Flaxo, Argentina. We are going to have a first round in the order in which you are seated to tackle the first question. And on the question of which components should be part of the TPD systems to ensure the implementation of effective literacy practices. Beatriz.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It is a pleasure to be here. I have an objection when it comes to the use of the word ensure. We do our best, our utmost to try and get as close as we can to good practices, but we can't ensure them. We have launched a program with 4 provinces called COPLA, Cooperation for Literacy. We work together with ministries in the development of provincial literacy programs. These projects began 4 years ago. We have had many lessons learned. The first lesson is that in order to implement what we've learned, we need political will and capacity for management at the ministerial level. Without that, we can only hope for a partial implementation. So I'm going to share the ideal situation we've found in only some provinces, not all provinces. And when it comes to components, there are 4 that I would like to bring to your attention. The team that we're going to work together with at the different provinces, the materials we're going to give our teachers, the TPD sessions themselves, and the assessment and monitoring process. When it comes to the teams, in order to provide training, plans include in-person and hybrid programs. When I say hybrid, I mean 1 month in person, 1 month online, with 7 sessions across the year, and in service. Teachers do not teach their class on those days. They devote their full time to these processes. And we have 2 recruitment strategies. When there is no time, we go out to teacher training institutions and find the right people. And our team provides the pedagogical support. When the program is developed gradually, we conduct a process to identify outstanding teachers who serve as mentors and who are trained to become trainers. We believe in teachers becoming trainers of their fellow teachers, and we have had great experiences. And we have a team of pedagogical trainers who are outstanding teachers that we have identified, and they go to schools once a month. We have requested ministries to provide this team. At first, we asked for it for 2 years, but over time, schools have asked to continue hosting these teams. Schools have very little access to leaders at the ministry level, and these sessions have become very useful to them. Sometimes we see that pictures of children are taken and then shared. We ask them not to share those pictures because it might be illegal to show children's faces, but teachers actually find it very important. When it comes to materials, at times we have materials for all children, including books. At times we have no materials. So basically, our proposed materials include a textbook and another book with teaching resources. That is the core material that we need. And twice a week, teachers are sent WhatsApp messages with digital material to make sure that the program is a living program, to make sure that teachers do not just come to training sessions and then forget about it. So they receive 2 WhatsApp messages a week, which are sent by our pedagogical trainers. We learned from a supervisor in the province of Salta who told us that we shouldn't just call on teachers to participate, but also deputy principals or vice principals, because that is the only way to ensure that what is learned at TPD will be implemented at the school level. So schools decide which members of the leadership team will participate in the sessions, and it has been very impactful, even though leaders have a lower participation rate than teachers. At first, we knew that there was going to be a lot of pushback. We were going to be seen as people who were there just to tell them how to do things. And so we decided to take a different approach. We decided to be very respectful of their existing practices and to invite them to try out new things, not as something we imposed, but as something we invited them to do. And the other lesson learned, and I'm going to wrap up with this, is that at first what we did was to train in what we knew, that is, learning processes. But the knowledge that teachers need goes far beyond that they need to know not just how children learn, but how they could teach more effectively. And this also relates to every other aspect of their teaching practice. So we moved from a children-focused approach to another approach focusing on teaching practices. During the second year of teachers' continuing education, what we do is planning during the sessions. In Argentina, there are many teachers who spend 10 hours a day in the classrooms. So, if we also add commuting to this, there's no way that teachers can have enough time to plan their lessons. There's very little planning done in Argentina. We believe that there are some aspects, for example, the fact that teaching has to be systematic, it has to be planned, it has to respect children's own progression. We realized that all of this was lacking, and by working on literacy alone, it was not enough because teachers didn't know how to implement the strategies that we proposed, and so they ended up not implementing them at all. When we began planning lessons at our sessions, the change was radical.
Bueno, quizás una de las cosas.
One of the things that you didn't see in or you didn't hear in my introduction was that I have been training indigenous teachers for 15 years, and that is something that I'm going to touch upon. Indigenous teachers are typically excluded from TPD offerings. In Argentina, there are 258,000 young indigenous people in compulsory education, which is a very big figure, and many of them speak a language other than Spanish, and their teachers do not speak their same languages, which creates very particular conditions for learning, and there's no possibility for interaction when people do not share a common language. So what Rafael just said cannot be implemented here. Of course, indigenous peoples have lower ratings across the spectrum because there is no possibility for interaction or engagement when people do not share the same language. So, betting on indigenous teachers is a way of betting on improving the learning outcomes of indigenous children. In Argentina, the traditional system is what we call the pedagogical couple, including a white teacher supported by an indigenous teacher who is also the interpreter and linguistic advisor in the classrooms, with little institutional support when it comes to actually sharing this teaching practice. This is something that we were able to see in our project, and Andrea will discuss it further. There are very few experiences of teacher training in service, teacher training for indigenous teachers, and even less so for teachers speaking languages other than Spanish. So we need to think of the components as the few components we were able to gather from the few experiences we have had access to. Something which is important to mention is that during in-service training for indigenous teachers, it was important to be able to produce texts for reading out loud, because it's very difficult to teach literacy in a language that is not read or written. So this is the creation of materials that will be used to teach their own language in their own classrooms. It was very important to be able to do this with languages that have very little written tradition. The other point is the coordination of literacy processes with the curricula based on indigenous communities. SALTA has a very long track record of producing curricula for indigenous communities, and how these curricula, which are based on the written text, can be coordinated with other multimodal realities, which is typically the case in indigenous communities. Indigenous communities produce meaning in different ways, not just through written text. Another important component is indigenous pedagogy and how that can be articulated with what we do around work by project. There's this idea that there is a distributed or scattered expertise. That means that there are people in the community that are wiser than themselves. And so it's very important to tap into that wisdom, not just for indigenous communities, but also across the board. And there's a very specific demand by indigenous teachers to receive support when it comes to monitoring and assessing literacy building processes. There's hardly any experience in Argentina for monitoring and assessing literacy building practice among indigenous communities, and that requires specific projects for these indigenous languages, which are very different from Spanish or other similar languages, Romance languages. It is important to be able to work with these languages whose alphabets were created in order to be able to have a possible translation between Romance languages and indigenous languages. Our indigenous children typically have a much higher comprehension skill than production skill level. So in those contexts, it would be very important to be able to come up with instruments to be able to assess and monitor their literacy skills, not just focusing on spelling, but also the grammar and the prosody of these very different languages from Spanish. Thank you.
En principio agradecer.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizing members for this meeting. It's a pleasure to see some of you again, colleagues from the ETI network and from SUMMA, as well as local colleagues. It is always nice to meet again. In the framework of the work we've been doing with the ETI network and FIT-ED and IDRC, supported by the institution, my proposal is to share a few findings from a study we are conducting as part of that project with colleagues from Flaxo, Argentina, many of whom are present today. Virginia is one of them. That project has to do with the possibility of developing at scale TPD projects for literacy. We've been working with two provinces, Salta and Misiones, in close cooperation and kind cooperation with the political authorities and the technical teams in the two provinces. In that regard, we've been working with them in analyzing those professional development models and proposing criteria for scaling them in the sense that Freda shared earlier today. It's a possibility to render these principles dynamic in a specific proposal, and I would like to share two notes with you in the first round in connection with literacy for TPD, and another one related to the relationship between teaching and TPD programs. On the issue of literacy, we should recognize it's a complex starting point for any policy, and it is not detailed to note that currently there's a feeling of alarm vis-à-vis the low results obtained by students. And if you go through the history of educational systems and reading at schools, you will see that that alarm is revitalized with every technological transformation or breakthrough that we've experienced in the past decades and centuries, which bring about changes in the way texts are produced and reasoned, and therefore in the ways of learning and teaching, which is always indicative of a crisis and a feeling of failure of educational systems. And it's important to date them so that we're not only speaking about the present. Now, in the present, we are worried too, and as Raphael showed, from the results of standardized assessment systems and rated systems, there's concerning diagnosis based on the results obtained from certain literacy tests. This is an important node for TPD because it marks a starting point and a comparability pattern in the possibility of ascertaining where countries are standing, and it confirms the inequality among countries and also within each country where they are administered, and also confirms that the inequalities unfavorably affect various sectors, impoverished sectors, indigenous communities, etc. Now, this is an important part in forming the design of TPD programs for literacy, although we could say that this task includes others in connection with literacy, such as thinking that literacy is made up of other skills that have to do with reading and writing, for example, other text types different from the ones measured, and other skills that contemplate capacities or skills that have to do with reading and writing in addition to the know-how. That which is told to us is the social function of reading, to be able to take action in different spheres. For literacy purposes, this goes beyond this and therefore includes other skills, as well as the need to contextualize the reading and writing skills in the context where you wish to take action from TPD programs. What do I mean by this? If we agree that literacy presupposes you go into the written world, the basic or elementary world of reading and writing, that passage assumes you are considering the previous worlds they come from and where the students belong who are in the educational systems. And that marks a distance because that passage is rougher, more distant compared to girls and boys from other cultural contexts. That prompted our focus, and Virginia helps us to see how the passage takes place towards literacy in communities of bilingual interculturality or schools located on border land where there is more than one language. More than one languages coexist. The second issue has to do with the fact that if we speak about the results from learning in reading and writing, if it's possible to measure it, if we speak about learning, we speak about teaching. And then we should think about the requirements of a teacher training that can be commensurate to the learning. In that regard, we considered these conditions where teaching or learning occurs, because confirming what the differences and inequalities are in the teaching context for literacy purposes can help us orient TPD at scales in accordance with the needs from those contexts. In that regard, we conducted a quantitative survey including 6,200 surveys in both provinces, administered to teachers of the state system, filled out by around 40% of all teachers, which included a specific one for teaching assistants for indigenous communities in the case of Salta, and quantitative work or qualitative work to grasp what those conditions are where they are teaching, the possible, the real ones, and the desired ones. And that shows a landscape that questions the principle of standardized teaching. It forces us, on the contrary, to see how teaching requires adjustments to homogeneity, and orients the development of TPD programs, measuring and interpreting the differences in teaching contexts where teachers may or may not access to ongoing or continuing education, in contexts where there is an unequal link from the teachers to their own cultures, in their personal routes, and to organize the pedagogical situations where there is literacy, pedagogical couples in bilingual, intercultural context, the multi-grade schools where a head is supporting more institutional work or not for purposes of achieving literacy, and the availability of knowledge in teachers for that kind of teaching. In that case, this is a knowledge available and the knowledge we can talk to in TPD. And let me conclude by saying that this scenario prompted a design of TPD that has three challenges. One is the scale. The larger scale is not always a one that ensures attention to that heterogeneity. Sometimes it's necessary, and we're doing it with provinces, to think about very limited specific TPD programs which are not as profitable politically but imply a better investment for purposes of achieving good results. Another issue has to do with having knowledge available for the design of those programs. It may be that those contexts do not have knowledge on how to produce literacy, nor are there enough substantive profiles that have been trained. And the third challenge is how to integrate those challenges, which are part of our professional development and a common public policy for the strengthening of teachers' training. Let's move on to the second question. How do teacher professional development programs in Argentina tackle the challenges of literacy from each one of your experiences in the project you are involved in? It would be great if you could share that final round of comments in the morning today. I did mention some of this when I presented the components of what we're doing. I think the only thing I would like to add, which is also a key element, is assessment or evaluation and monitoring. As to evaluation, we work with two types, formative one and an external one. Rather than assessing what's happening in the classroom, what we are evaluating is the policy. That is, it aims at to what extent what the province is doing is efficient in terms of learning, because this is an evaluation that is taken of every child after second grade. It's a reading test taken where somebody who is not a teacher of their school asks children to read a series of words and texts, and those recordings are uploaded on a platform and are corrected by a team of interprovincial correctors coordinated by a team of CONICET researchers. We have looked for the most objective mechanism we could conceive of, because we think it's important to have a more objective measure. With the teachers, we take a formative test of reading and writing, reading text and words and writing only words, that we propose to teachers 3 times a year. Teachers report results in clusters. They tell us how many children do not write a single word, how many can write 4 words, etc. And we work qualitatively on those results in our meetings. There are several meetings every year where we devote much time in determining what it implies, what it tells me in the route toward literacy for the children to be standing at one point or another. So it's more qualitative, and that's articulated with the planning. If I have these various levels in the classroom, how should I plan my work so that I cater for all these levels, which is one of the most serious issues when we think about teaching. In terms of monitoring, what we do is there is a very large amount of information gathered with AI. In addition, we start to gather qualitative information, which didn't used to be the case. We couldn't ask open questions because they were impossible to process. We have over 10,000 teachers. How it wasn't possible to manage 10,000 surveys or forms. We are making great inroads thanks to AI on the qualitative assessment, but so far we have quantitative, and we put together reports that are shared with the ministries 3 times a year. They're also shared with supervisors because we arrange the information by supervision area and with the principals. For us, this evaluation has one function inside the classroom, namely teachers planning based on very detailed knowledge of where their students are. But in addition, we believe evaluation drives improvement. When the principals receive their report, they become involved in a different way, and there is a huge challenge in aligning the system, how to engage principals that are overwhelmed by other tasks, as well as supervisors who are overwhelmed. And we find that the monitoring becomes an interesting tool because they're interested, they feel it is helpful. Supervisors especially are very grateful for it because it provides detailed information school by school, and that facilitates their mentoring and engages them, because we work on the idea, which is very important. I think in Argentina we tend to think things are either well or wrong, good or bad, or right, well or wrong. So this tool helps us to think. The first year we asked teachers to report their formative evaluation. The rate of response was 20% 2 years ago. It is currently 90%. So we need to be patient and do not discard strategies the minute they don't work. That's all.
Gracias.
Thank you. One reaction to what you just said. In general, not only the indigenous speakers fail to reply in their own in a foreign language, but in general, evaluations do not contemplate bilingualism as a process or the various paces of learning. So many processes that happen to bilinguals, people who are learning relative to, and even in building the relationship between the graphemes and the phonemes between languages, comparing systems, and that's slower. It has been studied from the cognitive perspective. Bilingual children who are developing these bilingual competencies remain outside of the evaluation because it's considered a mistake because they're playing between the two languages. So sometimes these children are in between systems, and we are failing to evaluate them in their own conditions, which are bilingualism. Oftentimes, I was thinking about what experiences, and this will not sound friendly, but after my experience with the Chaco province and working in the project with Andrea, it is clear to me that we should think about devices of professional development for indigenous communities, only for indigenous communities. It doesn't sound nice, but it has to do with the fact that unless we consider and understand these people are victims of structural racism, day-to-day racism, permanent discrimination at schools where nobody values their professional development knowledge and their languages, what we have in general are situations where either they fail to attend or those training proposals because they do not consider they are for them, or sometimes I go to these mixed hybrid experiences of teacher training, and indigenous teachers are far distant. They do not become involved, and I contrast this with the experience of indigenous training where it's them there, and we have epistemic situations of exchange of experiences happening between two languages or in the in-between space between the two languages, and they appear as an interesting component to think about as a challenge because the racism involving indigenous teachers is a racism which is present in society. So if we do not overcome the social racism, indigenous teachers will experience the same as they do outside of their institutions. It's important, although it doesn't sound very nice. And then I was also thinking about something that's being done in the province of Chaco and how to integrate a literacy proposal. In most cases, indigenous teachers do not teach in indigenous languages, but in Spanish, using the indigenous language as an articulation and support language through the Spanish language with a local management of the bilingualism, doing as best as we can. So there's no systematic arrangement of how the bilingual resources should be made available for the building of learning. So unless there is a political decision of teaching these children in the language they speak, but rather the language they do not speak. So in the meantime, what about the work the indigenous teachers do of building and underpinning so that access to writing by indigenous children is more or less possible, reproducing or working through the indigenous language to contextualize the teaching activity, but also recovering the knowledge, vocabulary, and everything that takes place as a preliminary task so that the other task may happen later, which is much more opaque to these children. All of that is very important work of metalinguistic reasoning and interlinguistic reasoning, which enables the passage of knowledge, which is produced in one language, to the other language. So in general, we find that we have to perform a diverse integration between languages and literacy processes. So it would seem that it's important to speak about the processes that happen between the languages, the passages and transfers, and there's no need to learn how to read into languages, but to enable the passage of knowledge that occurs in one language into the other language. In the province of Chaco, relatively recently, a decision was made to include this integration, produce early literacy materials for the lower grades of primary in indigenous languages and articulated with the Spanish content. It often happens the same person will do it. The bilingual teachers are alone in the classroom, so they will perform the two tasks, and the proposals are very different from each other, so they need to articulate them in addition. If that's a decision, in very few cases is this true, but how to teach in both languages and how to build the bond between the literacy in the two languages, I think is one of the major challenges that managing bilingualism in the various levels. It would be interesting to think about these components, to think about TPD.
Bueno, siguiendo, voy a retomar algunas de las cuestiones ya.
Going back to a point that was made earlier, in the province of Salta, we work together with BEA and with UNICEF and their proposal around intercultural work. So let me just make a few points. One of the components that we have confirmed and revised for TPD has to do with the materials that are given to the teachers, the educational materials that they receive, and the confirmed value of this, and this is not anything new, it has been confirmed in the literature as well, is the possibility to work with materials which can be tested in the classroom, and so there can be experimentation for peer reflection and collaborative work. This is something we have been able to confirm in our study. That doesn't mean that it's easy. In the context that Virginia has mentioned, there is no collaborative work. As a result of the prevailing conditions, there can be no structured collaborative work between a white teacher and an indigenous assistant. So collaborative work is wishful thinking. It's something that needs to be built over time in order to, again, be able to include these teachers in TPD activities. There is also a possibility for peer work to be scaled up and deepened, not just by having materials provided as part of the TPD program, but produced jointly with the teachers during the TPD sessions. This, of course, requires authorization by the teachers. It requires recognizing the knowledge produced in the classroom in order to use it as input for educational materials and contextualization as well. For example, in Salta, there's the opportunity to produce materials for bilingual children within the framework of the national regulations, but which also focus on the specific curricula of those targeted communities. And we also believe that what I'm saying about materials also has to do with filling knowledge gaps. And I'm talking about the lack of knowledge around how to provide literacy instruction for children speaking indigenous languages. The second issue relates to the use of ICT, information and communication technologies. TPD programs help build at scale in the two meanings that Freda mentioned this morning. Technology helps spread TPD programs at scale and also adapt them to local conditions. We know that in our regional and national context, this is a material challenge. There's a lack of connectivity and a lack of available infrastructure. This is something that TPD programs need to consider in their design. in order not to result in frustrated teachers who can not access to TPD programs. And something else which we discovered in our study is that teachers also want in-person offerings. In the aftermath of the pandemic and the boom of working from home, teachers are used to and enjoy having in-person engagements, and they want to continue having those offerings. There are gender-based differences. Men prefer in-person offerings, whereas women prefer online offerings because that helps them achieve a better balance between their personal life and their working life. Bea also mentioned something that is very important, and that is the role of tutors or mentors who can support teacher training and at the same time help develop local profiles. So there's a dual achievement there. And last but not least, there's something which Cora brought up in the first panel, and that has to do with the component of TPD initiatives which consider the accessibility of teachers for participation in these programs. For example, by providing them with per diem or covering their commuting expenses so they can actually attend the courses. We don't typically think of these costs when we develop TPD programs, but we have found that this is actually a key component when it comes to scaling up TPD programs together with the provinces, and we have included this component in our proposals, and also the regulations that support TPD so that we can ensure that teachers will participate in TPD programs. That is, they can participate in these programs without impacting the work of the schools when those teachers need to be absent from their classes in order to be able to participate in these programs. So costs and regulation are two components of our TPD programs, which are very important. Okay, thank you very much, Andrea, Virginia, Beatriz, Rafael. I believe this has been a very rich and substantive presentation. You had to speed it up at times to be able to cover everything, and I'm sure there are many things we could further elaborate on. I'm just going to mention a few, and I'm going to focus on the challenge of scaling these programs when it comes to ensuring learning. Beatriz mentioned the fact that we can hardly ever ensure things. But, you know, in our country and across the world, there is a mandate to ensure, whilst addressing the language differences and social and economic differences in our country. The mandate is to ensure that no children are left behind. And at the end of the day, we often see bilingualism as a challenge when there is joint teaching by white and indigenous teachers. But actually, bilingualism is a comparative advantage. There's an advantage to bilingualism with respect to monolingualism. So we need to no longer see it as a challenge and be able to overcome this historical discrimination which continues to exist. And I would say that programs for indigenous teachers are a great thing, but I would also encourage shared TPD programs with white teachers, because there continues to be a challenge around the concept of the pedagogical couple. Thank you so much to everyone. Thank you for bearing with us. This brings the panel to a close. Okay, thank you. Thank you to all of our panelists. To wrap up our event, we will again invite Florencio Ceballos to join us up here on the stage for closing remarks. Thank you. I am fortunate enough, and I have the privilege to fulfill the dream of any speaker, which is to be the person standing between you and lunch when you are at your most attentive. I promise that I will only take around 45 minutes. Now, that's a joke. I'm not going to summarize everything that's been said today. It's been very challenging, very complex. I'm just going to focus on one or two key aspects that have been mentioned today that I believe we can further elaborate on for future discussion. And I'm going to perhaps focus on what was left outside of the conversation in the various panels. First of all, we have talked at length about scaling. Freda gave us different dimensions or categories for scaling. I can think of other categories, for example, deepening, horizontal or vertical scaling or scalability. That is something that needs to be further unpacked. Secondly, there's a mistake that we researchers in education sometimes make, or a gap that we have, which is how to incorporate perspectives around cost, but for real, and financial perspectives as well. It is not enough to say this is the cost of my intervention. Part of the exercise is to say this is my intervention, this is the cost of my intervention, and this is the fiscal or budgetary space where the intervention can be applied. We cannot be left out of that conversation. And someone, I think it was Cora, that said that scalability is not linear. There are political cycles, there are social cycles, which mean that progress is not linear. It's not an arrow pointing straight to infinity, but there are ups and downs, and we need to take that into account. The second point that was mentioned, either directly or indirectly, is teachers as agents. And I think that also needs to be further unpacked. It's important to understand that agency exists at different levels. There's teachers as agents. There's teacher training institutions as agents, which is uneven across Latin America. There are countries where teacher training institutions or universities have zero agency. They just receive instructions from the ministries and execute based on that. So I think further reflection is needed here. When it comes to agency, we can also talk about the relationship between teachers and their trade unions, and the relationship between unions and the ministries. that also plays a part. And there's something which is very clear in sociology, which is that the flip side of agency is legitimacy. That is the social value attached to the profession. We cannot talk about agency without thinking about how the prestige of the teaching profession has deteriorated over time. So that is about agency. Number 3, we've talked about monitoring and data. And on this, I'd like to say that there are countries in the region where there's no data management systems, but there's also no question about what is data used for, and why, and who is going to use that data. We see data based around the rationale of the situation room, where there's a minister or an undersecretary of education receiving aggregate data, and there's data mining operations conducted, but there's very little reflection around it. UNICEF, for example, has worked on the Data Plus Speak program in order to figure out how that data should be delivered to teachers, to principals, because it's important to think about what's useful in that data and how teachers and principals can profit from that data. Beatriz actually touched on this in her presentation. The 4th point is the role played by principals and education leaders. And there's something very odd happening. When we talk about TPD, we place the head teachers on the side of the ministry. When we talk from the perspective of the ministries, head teachers are placed on the side of the teachers. But actually, when we're talking about TPD, head teachers also play the role of teachers. We have talked, for example, about AI. There's lots of speculation about what's going to happen with AI, which evolves so fast. Today, one of the spaces where AI can play a key role, and there was actually a book published on this a few months back, it's in freeing up space for principals so they can do work relating to supporting teachers rather than, spending time signing invoices. So that is another important point, prioritizing head teachers, principals. And one last point has to do with gender perspectives. And not just as Freda mentioned it, about working conditions. That is maternity leave and so on. But another important point is to understand how gender perspective plays a role in the classroom, how career paths are built for teachers, and how some of those career paths can be very unfair. And we see more women in lower grades, fewer women in upper grades, fewer women in decision-making positions as well. This is something we're seeing in Argentina and across Latin America. We have made a great effort over the last 20 or 30 years to bring girls into the schools and retain them. We've seen that in Latin America, in the Caribbean. I don't know exactly what's happening in South America. We have seen that it's actually boys that are failing in school, even though I don't like the word fail. And I believe that part of that is the gender roles that are taught or which still prevail in schools. So it's important to see this not from a purely ethical perspective, but from a very practical perspective, how TPD relates to the inclusion of boys and girls, not just in terms of learning, but also in social and emotional terms. There are many other topics which have been raised, like the tension between initial and continuing education, technology, how to work not with averages but with medians, and to address disadvantaged populations, intercultural and bilingual education, but there's not much else I can add about these points. So those are the things I'd like to stress and highlight from today's panels. I'd like to thank the speakers, and now, well, we're off to lunch. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Ahora sí, les recordamos que van a poder...
Thank you. We remind you, you'll be able to find the recordings, both in English and Spanish, in SUMMA's YouTube channel. And the projected slides will be also